6:30 exactly. All right, everybody ready? Teresa, you ready? Sean, you ready?
Ready as I'm ever gonna be.
All right. So, welcome everybody tonight. This is our regular council meeting, first one of the year, Tuesday, January 2nd, 2024. So a little shake up tonight. I'm running the meeting, at least to start out here, as the longest tenured council person. And technically, I was the only one for a little bit yesterday and today. I didn't declare martial law, so we're all okay. So we'll go ahead and call this to order, and we'll go ahead with the roll call.
Acting President Ryan Green.
Here.
Don Barnard.
Here.
Jeff Barr.
Present.
Tiffany Hollis.
Present.
Wes Coble.
Here.
Bob Orsini.
Here.
Dave Seelan.
Here.
All right, we'll go ahead with the invocation from Father Jesse Chick of the Church of the Ascension. If you will rise.
Begin our prayer in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. God, our Creator and Guide, we as members of this city council gathered in assembly express our gratitude to you for your watchful care and guidance through this year that has just ended. We thank you for everything we were able to achieve and accomplish for your people during this last year. Thank you for the divine knowledge and wisdom you bestowed, and the good spirit that accompanied each and every member of this city council that has led us this far. Father, Lord, now that we are starting this new year, and this being our first meeting of this year, we implore your blessing upon each and every member of this assembly. Bless our mayor, the entire council members, and those who will be taking the oath of office tonight, and all the people whom you have called to lead this community in which we live and work and play. Give them a loving and generous heart as they serve the people entrusted to their care. Grant that as true leaders, they may lead your people in justice, love, and peace. Grant this through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, God forever and ever. Amen.
Amen.
All right, we'll go ahead with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, before we move to our next item, we do have a chance here if we'd like to move to executive session. Of course, we would have to waive our typical standards there. But if anybody would like to do so, we have that option to discuss the appointment of mayor.
Is that what we're going into executive session for?
No, but we do have that
Close.
option.
I don't have that on the agenda, but if you choose to hold an executive session, you'd someone would make a motion to waive your council rules for 24-hour notice to council. You would vote on that, and then you could make a motion to enter executive session.
Make a motion that we waive the 24-hour rule for executive session.
Can you have them state exactly what the executive session
The executive
is for?
session for the appointment of a public official.
Beautiful.
Yes.
And I'll second that.
Donnie Barnard.
Yes.
Jeff Barr.
A point of order, would there be discussion of it before we take a vote?
We can have
Or
discussion.
is it?
of
I didn't know if anybody had an opportunity to,
Are you talking after executive session to have
No.
discussion? Okay.
So this is just a waive our 24-hour rule, and then we would have a second vote on whether to go into the executive session or not.
thank you. You can go ahead, Teresa, I'm sorry.
Jeff Barr.
No.
Tiffany Hollis.
No.
Wes Coble.
Yes.
Bob Orsini.
Yes.
Dave Seelan.
Yes.
Brian Green.
Yes.
The rule is waived.
Is there a motion to carry us into executive session? I'll make the motion. Carry us into executive session.
For the purpose of discussion of a.
Of a public official.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Brian Green.
Yes.
John Barnard.
Yes.
Jeff Barr.
No.
Tiffany Hollis.
No.
Wes Coble.
Yes.
Bob Orsini.
Yes.
Dave Seeland.
Yes. All right, the motion carries. We can adjourn into executive session.
Just members of council, correct?
Fire away.
All right. So at this point, we will go ahead and reconvene our scheduled meeting and bring back into session. Do we need any sort of roll call?
No.
Correct. Okay. So at this time, we will commence with item number 5, the appointment of mayor, president, and acting president of council. At this time, I would like to open up to any public comment that we have on the subject. And I would remind you to stick to 3 minutes, and all of our other council rules will apply.
This is public comment on this subject, correct?
This is public comment on this subject,
And this
correct?
subject only.
Yes. We do have another section in here for public comments, and I was probably remiss in this somewhere, but citizen comments on matters not on the agenda. Typically, we do that first. But we did want to get this item squared away before we proceed with further agenda. All right. And hearing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and I will go ahead and open up for nominations.
I'd like to nominate Tiffany Hollis for the mayor position for the city of Johnstown.
All right, I'll second that vote. Let's go with our roll call, please.
Jeff Barr,
Yes.
Tiffany Hollis,
Yes.
Wes Coble,
No.
Bob Orsini,
No.
Dave Seelan,
No.
Ryan Green,
Yes.
Don Barnard.
No.
Motion fails.
Motion fails. Are there further nominations?
Make a motion to nominate Donnie Barnard to the mayoral position.
I will second.
Who was my second?
Me.
Thank you. Okay, Bob Orsini,
Yes.
Dave Seelan,
Yes.
Ryan Green,
No.
Don Barnard,
Yes.
Jeff Barr,
No.
Tiffany Hollis,
No.
Wes Coble.
Yes.
All right. The motion carries.
You have a mayor.
We have a mayor. So we will go ahead and move on to the president of council. Are there any nominations?
I'll make a motion to nominate Tiffany Hollis for president of council.
Second.
I don't
Roll
know
call,
all your
please.
voices
Dave one.
yet. I'm sorry.
Dave
Oh,
one.
sorry. 1, 2.
Dave,
Made the motion, Bob Wishing the second.
thank you. Dave Seelan,
Yes.
Point of order. Is there discussion? Should there be discussion?
We can have discussion.
We made the motion. Do we need to vote first or no?
Technically, we have a motion on the table, but if there's discussion, I'll,
Discuss.
before the
The only
roll call.
discussion I have is that, does Ms. Hollis want to be, if you will? Because that may affect if somebody else wanted to be president of council. Which
Her
I would
vote.
affirm that vote for Tiffany if she wants the position, so I just,
Okay, yeah, I mean, I would accept that.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all the discussion I had.
roll call, please.
Dave Seelan,
Yes.
Ryan Green,
Yes.
Don Barnard,
Yes.
Jeff Barr,
Yes.
Tiffany Hollis,
Yes.
Wes Coble,
Yes.
Bob Orsini.
Yes.
All right. Motion carries. So we move on, acting president of council.
I'd like to nominate Ryan Green for that position.
I was gonna say, do we vote on that, or is that, I was gonna say that's,
there because
tenure.
you are the longest tenured council member.
That's a
so
crazy
you
thought.
are it by default.
Okay.
okay. All right, well, at this time, I will go ahead and step back, and if our mayor would like to take over the meeting, we can switch seats.
You want to sit here?
I can sit there, that's fine.
I'll step back.
No, you stay there, Tiffany.
Or yeah, you have to be up at the table, that's right.
Good evening, everybody. We're going to go ahead and continue with the agenda. Next on the agenda tonight is the correspondence from the Ohio Department of Commerce, the Division of Liquor Control. Ms. Monroe, would you like to go ahead and speak on this since you were the one?
Sure. In your packet, there was a notice to the legislative authority. It's just a license transfer for the Old Horseshoe restaurant opening. You have the option to request a hearing if you have a problem with it.
Does anyone in council have opposition to this, that they'd request a hearing?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to hear from the chief, please, to see if he has any concerns.
I have not received a permit in reference to this, but from my understanding, they own and operate many restaurants. I have no issues with this.
Thank you.
Anybody else? There's no opposition, Mr. Rowe?
Is it the same?
It's just a transfer.
Yeah,
Same operation, new ownership.
Okay.
just with that business.
Just, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
This is a reference, last time we had this discussion, it was for a different permit. The only thing that we always recommend is a zoning certificate be in compliance with the appropriate business. So with this one, since it's an operating business that's currently has zoning in that area, it's a formality at this point. The other one we talked about was a little bit different scenario. They had not gone through all the proper steps at that point, so that was my recommendation for you to at least wait until we had all of the proper information to make a decision to ensure that they complied with all the zoning requirements of that specific area. But this is obviously just a transfer of license. The business is already in existence, so.
The business is not changing, so therefore, the
Just
business name is
ownership.
changing, but
But the use of the
Purpose.
business, correct. All of those things remain the same.
anybody with opposition? Teresa, there is none?
I will let them know that council does not request a hearing.
Okay. Next on the agenda tonight is citizens' comments on matters not on the agenda. Do we have anybody turn in?
I received no speaker slips.
Would anybody like to come up and speak or anything that's not on the agenda tonight? Hearing none, we'll move to director's reports. This will be up to council. In the past, a little over 6 months ago, council had Jack give all these reports. Then we moved to each of the service directors giving the reports. And now we've moved to council just reading the report. And if we have questions, we ask Mr. Liggett. But Mr. Liggett does give his report. How does council want to do this in the future? Do you guys just want to read it and ask questions? Or do you want them to present? How do you guys want it? Just get,
I don't mind status quo.
okay.
I'm okay with reading it the way it is.
Okay. So everyone's received the packet for the water, sewer, and street. Mr. Liggett, if you could give the overall service department report?
I'm gonna start off with the water tower. Tried very hard to get that closed out. The power's up and in operation and working well. My understanding where we're at right now is the signing for the final payment is in finance department's hands. I'll go look at Dave, I think we have that. So we should be able to close that up rather quickly, and I would hope at the next meeting, we could accept that tower and start the 1-year warranty on the tower. Moving on to the water plant upgrades, Jacobs Engineering is still working on the design. Not a lot, there is a lot going on, but not a lot to report. Design continues on. Wastewater plant update. Request for RFI from CMAR is ready to go out January 8th. Basically, we're gonna put out for CMAR, which is just a contractor at risk. They're gonna help the engineers to eliminate any change orders. We have a contractor look at it as well as the design engineers to see if things can fit together more cohesively than a contractor looking at a set of design plans. Now, I want to make this very clear. The CMAR will give proposals. We will look over the proposals, but we are under no obligation to go with CMAR. Before we would go with the CMAR, I bring that back to the manager and the council to make sure if they want to go that direction. So there's very little cost to us in this, just the advertising of it. And then we will grade the RFIs and then see if council wants to move forward that way or just go forward with the design bill. So that's where we're at on that. The East Jersey Street project. Punch list is complete. We are waiting for the final payments again to be signed and done to get the final payments out from Ohio Public Works. and then the city match to go out to the contractor. Then that project will be complete, and I will be bringing that to council to start the 1-year warranty on that work, as that road is completed.
There's no punch list items on Jersey Street, Jack?
No.
Okay,
Well, there were,
If it completed.
but.
They've all
we've
been
got them
completed.
corrected at this point.
okay.
Moving into the Pulte housing development, they're down to working on their last 2 streets in that Pulte development. We've been working very hard with them. There was a rather large punch list in there. We're down to 5 items. There has been a correction. I said still no as-bills. I got the as-bills today, so I'm gonna start reviewing them along with CT engineers to make sure the as-bills are drawn up as built. And so that project hopefully won't be coming to the end, but the roads that have been completed for quite some time, we'll see about bringing that section into the city while they're still working and finishing up the last 2. I also asked some questions about the lights at Bigelow to see where they stand there. As you can all see, the lights are up, the boxes are up, but there's no guts inside the box. The internal workings still are not here. I've asked for a date of completion, and I've had no response yet. Concord Crossing East development, that project is slowed down due to the winter construction season slowing down. The water, sewer, and storm lines are in. The base coat is down on Cannondale and the other cul-de-sac road there. Not much more will be done until spring when they come back in to finish the roads. The last item, new item, is the Coghlan Apartments in Leafydale. Construction on that site is beginning. Prime Engineering is doing the inspection. The work that's completed so far is the taps for the new apartment buildings. Both water and sewer have been made, and some storm lines have went in. No more than that. Do I have any questions on any of the items?
So I have 2 for you. With the Pulte house, or Pulte development,
Yes.
it says the notify the punch list was completed. It's going to be a process to get it finally turned over.
Well, when I made this report, as you can see, it was on the 28th, we were notified the punch list was completed. I sent our crew back out for them to review the entire punch list. They found 5 items that were not completed. So I have since got a hold of Jim Davidson, who's running that project, let him know the 5 items, and he said they would get to work on them immediately.
My concern is the residents that live there, because there's quite a few residents. Because the streets have not been turned over to us yet, they're really close. When do we start the plowing?
We won't start plowing until this body approves and accepts the streets I bring to you that are completed. They will not be the 2 construction streets that they're still working on, but the rest of that development, I think I'm hoping in the next 30 days, we'll be ready to bring to you for acceptance.
So you think it'll be within 30 days? Hopefully within 30 days.
Yes, and you've seen this on here, I've met with Pulte. They say they're in a hurry to get it done to turn those streets over to us, but it's been a very slow process, but they are getting much closer. So we will not salt and plow those streets until this body has accepted it, and I won't bring it to you for acceptance until the punch list is complete.
Okay, my second question, it's not on here, but the lights at Wendy's and Kroger,
Yes,
what is the status of those? Because we discussed the problems with the boxes there.
yes, what I've got going on there, I've been working with MP Dory on that. The cameras are not working. That's the fault, that's the problem we're having there. They went into the boxes, the age of those boxes, there are no replacement parts for what's in there. They've looked, they've tried to find them, they're not available. So what we did to alleviate the situation as best as could, we've set them back on a timer, where 62 has a 40-second run, and coming out of the Kroger and Clark Drive and Wendy's, I think has a 10 or 12-second run. So people were calling me, I'm letting them know, yes, sometimes that light will turn red when nobody's sitting there, but that's because they're on a timer. The initial estimate that I've got from MP Dory to make the repairs, because it has to be an all-new system, there are no replacement parts available, is between $40,000 and $50,000. I am not bringing that into council just yet because I don't have an actual quote in front of me to work off of. So of that $50,000, it would be approximately $10,000 in parts and material, or excuse me, $40,000 in parts and material, $10,000 in labor is what it's looking like. But I do not have a solid quote to bring before you at this time. The other option is to do what we're doing. Since we changed the timing on the lights, it's working much better and the flow is working much better. So we're not backing up or stacking near like we were before. It's still not as good as having the cameras active, but that's what we'll have to do until we find the parts. The other concern is this type of equipment, they're saying could be 6 to 8 months out after the orders. So as soon as I have solid numbers to bring back to you, we'll get into that discussion. I'll probably bring that to both safety service and finance when the time is right.
Do you expect to have those quotes soon so we can move on this?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any other questions? I got a couple.
No, go ahead.
Jack. So the subdivision there, based on trying to look at a calendar real quick, we're not gonna have it in front of us on the, back to the streets at our next meeting. It won't be till the 7th for the punch list.
Pulte?
Yeah, from Pulte.
Pulte? Yes.
Is that
like I
fair to
said,
say?
They've got those 5 items to do now. At any time, if this body so desires and tells me to start salting and maintaining, I can.
Is there-
That's not generally we don't take over that maintenance until the punch list is completed.
What's the risk or the downfall if this body so choose to tell you to start doing that service? Because between now and February 7th, we should anticipate that we're gonna need those services in that community.
We are anticipating possibility this coming weekend.
This weekend, exactly my point,
Yes.
because I'm preparing the same.
The downfall of that is, or the possible problem with that is the punch list drags on and does not get completed. Our leverage over Pulte getting the punch list completed is that they have to maintain those roads. The snow plowing. Now. do they-
Understand that, it's a service.
Do they do it to the same ability? My understanding, the last freeze we had, they did not
No.
salt anything. Now, I heard they plowed, but they did not, I'm seeing it.
Is there a risk, though, of, a financial risk, if you will, if the city started to plow those? Meaning something happened? You know, obviously, if we damage the street, we're gonna repair it. They hit a curb or a mailbox kind of thing. I'm talking something beyond the,
No, I don't believe we carry any risks there. They are our residents, they pay taxes, they pay a water sewer bill. It's more of a, you complete your work before we take it over.
I understand, it's, which one's coming first, the cart or the carrot? But they are our residents. If there's no risk, we're expecting snow this weekend. I don't know what it takes. Is it a vote to say we
what-
should be providing that service?
What is our recourse? Like what Jeff mentioned, our recourse is us not plowing, and so it puts the pressure on Pulte. Do we have any other recourse to push on Pulte to finish these last 5 items if we start plowing now?
We
Well,
don't,
I will say they have in the last 3 months been working diligently to get the punch list done.
okay.
I am in correspondence, but recourse, I think, would only be if we did not award building permits.
But
which-
we wouldn't do that because then we're putting it on the homeowner, if you will, punishing the homeowner for something. And if it sounds like that they've been working diligently to get it done, we shouldn't expect them to change to, oh, they're pound street so we can back off of it now, because I'm sure they want to get done to get paid.
Well, I would certainly think so.
Right.
Well, of course, we're not paying.
I understand we're not paying them,
Yeah.
but their homeowners are to get it done. So I don't know what it takes to sit there, if it's a direction from the city manager or just kind of does it take a formal vote to tell Mr. Liggett and his crew to start plowing out there?
Well, for me, I would take direction from the city
Right.
manager, so it would be from you folks to him, him to me.
Understood.
And then I would take it on down to the plow crew.
What's the rest of council's thoughts on this?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
What are the 5 items left?
We have, well, I'm counting this as one. We have 4 fire hydrants in the subdivision that do not meet city spec. They're aware of it, and I told them those hydrants had to come out, and the hydrants put in had to meet city spec, and they agreed to that.
If we would have a fire, would the fire department be able to use them?
Yes.
Okay, I'm,
Yes, just the-
I don't disagree with meeting spec, but at the same time, I'm looking at
The
hard
flow
breaks.
characteristics on these particular hydrants are lower than what the city specification is. Now, we have plenty of flow and water out in that area, so if they hook on to 2 or 3 hydrants, it's not going to be an issue. But I do require them to use the city.
As you should.
So is that one item or is that 4?
Excuse me?
Is it one?
That's one, hydrants
Okay,
for
all
one.
right. Go ahead.
In my view, and then, we have some tracer wire issues at 4 different residents, or 3 different residents. So we had the fire hydrants, which they have said, yep, it's our fault, we don't know how they got there, because the whole rest of the development is a hydrant that needs city spec. But those 4 hydrants do not, and the rest of them are tracer wire issues, which are very easily repaired. If push come to shove, my crew could take care of the tracer wire. Not that we want to, but we could. The hydrants would be a larger expense for us to take care of.
But they've already acknowledged it and they're working on it.
They've acknowledged it, and was told again today that they will get those changed out.
One more question. Can we provide the service without taking possession of the streets? Is there some process, functional challenge? Say, hey, you know what? We're gonna plow it for the citizens, but we're not gonna take possession of the street. That keeps everything kind of in order into the future, keeps that unnecessary pressure out there.
I do, well, obviously, we can plow and salt if necessary without possession of the street. We just normally keep the horse before the cart.
No,
Yeah, I just don't want the safety of our citizens to come before a contract dispute. I mean,
I can see it when it's
I
at
don't
the
want to hold up
beginning.
our citizens in some snow. You know, I get that it's over a weekend, but
But a number of those roads, I will say this, because I've talked to the residents out there, you know, they've lived a long time without, there's some of those original streets that they've been there quite
Yep.
a long time without plowing or salting. I'm not saying that's a good thing, I'm saying they've put up with it quite some time. And then the last item I want to bring up, which was not on my original list, is you did hear me say the controls in the lights are also not on site and not sure when they're going to be here. Just want you to be aware of those items.
Do you have the manpower to salt and plow that area?
Well, as you know, we went from 7 employees down to 3. We are, we'll get to them just as quickly as we can.
I would like to give direction to the city manager, to give direction to Jack to take care of those streets.
Is anyone in opposition to doing it?
No. Mr. Mayor, I only had a couple questions
Yes.
for this. One is going to be, and I think I've heard the answer to it, but I just want to confirm. So sometimes there's a situation where if we were to do something in that area, such as plow, and let's say it's a sidewalk, I'll use that, it's probably a better reference. We come back later and there's an issue with the sidewalk, and they say, well, your plow trucks did that. And we say, well, no, that was there before. Then we start to get into a dispute. That would be the one concern that I would have, making sure that nothing that we can do through a plowing or salting is gonna have an effect where they can say, well, this inadequacy was caused by your servicing of the area. If that can be alleviated, I'm okay with moving forward, but I just want to confirm that. The other item that I just want to bring up to council, in this scenario, it seems like an easier decision. However, the precedent that has been done in the past is that we do not plow or maintain the streets that have not been accepted. Each scenario can be different, but then at what point do you draw that line? So let's say last winter, we had the same scenario. Is it complete enough? Is it not complete enough? We get into a slippery slope of, well, if they only have 2 punch list items, we'll go ahead and start plowing it. If they have 10 punch list items, we don't start plowing it. So for me to have a baseline from your perspective as to when we should or shouldn't plow, it starts to be a little bit more hard to quantify. And I'm not trying to muddy the water, but when we're looking at this from a legal standpoint and the next subdivision that comes online, And then we start to have the same question of, are you going to plow my streets? And we say, well, typically our policy is, we don't plow streets until we've accepted them. Well, you did it for Pulte. So I bring that up now because I try to position you in a good way 2 years from now where you have a defendable answer that you can lean back on and say, these are the justifications and reasonings why. If we can identify those walking forward, I've got no issue having Jack plow, salt for the next snowfall that comes, but we need to feel comfortable that we've addressed all those items before we make a decision.
In my view on this one, it's they've completed the punch list. We went back to them and said, you need to fix these things now. It's that they've moved to the process of trying to turn it over, in my view. I don't know what the rest of the council is. Now, if they still working on the punch list, the original punch list, I think that's a different view to me. I'm not sure what the rest of the council thinks on that, but this is, they've already turned it in once. We found some errors. We went back to them now. We're in the middle of winter.
I've never heard nothing to change my mind on it.
Anybody else?
Good points, though.
In full disclosure, I live there, so is there at all an option? Because I've seen it, and yes, my hand gesture was polite in that regard. Is there an option that if they do not do it in a timely manner or in a sufficient manner, that the city crews can do it then, and then in turn charge Pulte back for the city's time and efforts? And materials.
Not on the books currently.
Okay, it was curious.
There's no contract.
It was a question.
Could be something to look at.
So is it council's wish that we direct the city manager to have the service director start plowing those?
Does plowing and salting affect anything on the punch list
No,
as it stands?
no.
So if we chip something with our plows, it's our own issue and,
The only thing that you would possibly run into is chipping on a curb, because we're running around the edge of the curb, chipping on a curb. And occasionally, if there's a heavy snow, the plow will throw wet snow over and you can knock over a mailbox, which the city has generally always replaced it.
there's no mailboxes in there other than the big ones.
But you are right, there's an area for that, so chipping on the curb would be the only thing that I would concern myself with.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
And it doesn't happen often, I'm gonna say that as well.
Yeah, yeah, good crew.
I would be in favor with the earmark of looking at future legislation to put the city in a protected position if this would come up again.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay.
Sorry, I just got one more question for you, Jack. So in Leafydale, I don't know if it's been brought to your attention, there's a couple streets that don't seem to have their street lights on at night, particularly mine, for example, in Golden Pond. After 5 o'clock or whenever those start to kick on, the entire street's out. Some of Parkdale seems to be as well, and then also, I believe some of Weeping Willow. I just didn't know if you were aware of that or not.
Also, the main entrance at Autumn leaves there. The main entrance on Croton Road doesn't come on either.
Okay, I have been made aware of that, that came through, I was on vacation end of last week, talked with actually Teresa about it, and so we have our street department tomorrow is going out to see if they can find, whether it's a problem with the electric eye, to see why they're not coming off wrong, but there is a long run of them there. I have been made aware, and actually tomorrow we're gonna go ahead and take a look at that.
Okay. Thanks. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Jack, you had said you had 3 street lights changed on to LED. By chance, do you know the addresses or approximate at what streets those were done at from your report?
Actually, I do not.
Okay.
I do not. Would you like the streets as they're changed?
I'm just asking from my own curiosity. I can touch base with you later and
Okay.
find those
All
out. No sense wasting any time. Thank you.
Mr. Starrett?
Mr. Mayor, and I hate to drag this out. Are you able to confirm, Jack, if all of the streets in Leafydale have been punch listed out and turned over to us? I know last year there was still 1 or 2 streets that had not been.
Well, I think Golden Pond is one of them, and it has been completed.
Okay. But we have not accepted it formally yet as a city, or have we? That was the one I wanted to confirm.
I believed it had been accepted, Sean.
Okay.
I think the crews are plowing that street.
And that's why I brought it up. I'm not sure if it has or hasn't been accepted formally by council, but we are currently plowing that street, so that was why I brought
I
it
thought
up.
it had been accepted. The only thing we had left in there was the storm sewers running behind that row of houses, and I believe that was fixed to the best of our ability.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, so Sean, you have direction for Jack?
Got it.
Okay. Next is table legislation, resolution 2023-44, a resolution amending the, it gives you some time to go. Session to consider the appointment of a public official. We have a couple interviews. This will probably, I'm guessing, be an hour, just so the public's aware. I make a motion that we move to executive session to consider the appointment of a public official
Second?
With members of,
with members of council and the city manager to help out.
John Barnard,
Yes.
Jeff Barr,
Yep.
Tiffany Hollis,
Yes.
Wes Coble,
Yes.
Bob Orsini,
Yes.
Dave Seelan,
Yes.
Ryan Green.
Yes.
Okay, ready to go.
All right, you're back.
Okay. We're going to move on to public hearings of legislation. The first is Resolution 2024-02, a resolution appointing board members to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Do we have a motion for this?
I'd like to make a motion to nominate, can I say the names?
Yes.
A motion to nominate Jesse Koppel and Kristen Hurst to Planning and Zoning.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Dave?
Yes.
Just making sure. Okay.
Repeat the names.
Jesse Koppel, Kristen Hurst.
All right, Tiffany Hollis,
Yes.
Wes Coble,
Yes.
Bob Orsini,
Yes.
Dave Seeland,
Yes.
Brian Green,
Yes.
Don Barnard,
Yes.
Jeff Farr.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to Resolution 2024, but before we do, we have an ordinance 05-2024 to amend Section 1187.05 of the Review and Approval Authority. This will have to be an emergency because we have the board meeting next week, so we need to make a motion to waive the double reading and pass it as an emergency.
And because it's ordinance 5, Teresa, will they need to wait till the end of the meeting to make that?
No, they can
particular
do them
ordinance?
out of order.
Okay.
Just want to clarify.
So I'd like to make a motion that we move, not read the second reading and board pass it as an emergency. Or the emergency will go on with the ordinance, so just to waive the second reading.
Yes.
I'll second the motion. And that's Jeff Barr.
Yeah, I got that. Thanks. I'm
You're wel-
learning everybody's
You're welcome.
voices here. Sorry, I'm just making notes real quick.
While she's
So we
doing
didn't
that,
need to make a motion
you want me to,
amend it first?
can you read the?
Yes.
The written ordinance that's being introduced?
So the ordinance 05-2024 is to update section 118705, Review and Approval Authority. We're making some changes to it. We're going to increase the Design Review Board from 5 members to 6. So we're going to amend all readings where it says 5 members to 6. There are 2 places in the ordinance where it states that, or the section where it states that. We're also increasing that, where it says 2 members may reside outside the Johnstown municipal limits to 3 members. We're striking terms shall begin 30 days after enactment of this legislation. And then we're changing the quorum from 3 members to 4 members. And the one individual would be a 1-year, or one term is for 4 years. So one of the members that would be adding would be a 4-year term, and the other would be a continuation of a term that ends in December 31st, 2024.
So one will be a 1 year, the other is a 4.
Right. So we're changing all readings from 5 members to 6, changing from 2 members to 3 members that reside outside the city, striking that it starts 30 days after, and a quorum increases from 3 members to 4 members. And the motion on the floor is to
To waive the second.
reading.
Of the new, of the newly introduced ordinance 05-2024.
Yes.
All right. Don Barnard.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Should we have a quick discussion to explain to the public why we're doing this?
So the reason is we have 1 seat open on Design Review Board. We interviewed 2 individuals. The 2 individuals are outstanding, and it's what Design Review Board needs added to it. We feel by picking one and not the other that it leaves, I wouldn't say it leaves the city in a worse place, but it's going to add to the city. It's going to add to what Design Review Board has. The level of proficiency, the knowledge that these 2 individuals have is really something that could enhance Design Review Board. So we thought instead of kicking someone off a Design Review Board or just appointing one, that the council wanted to add both of them. It does bring into effect that we have 3-3 ties, which means it would fail. But their knowledge is something that Design Review Board could really, really use. Was that?
I would say in very short order, both of them bring a lot of great value to the design review board in the whole process.
Yes.
I should add from a procedural standpoint, Design Review Board is an ad hoc board, which is an ad hoc board, which gives us a lot more, I'm raising my voice so everyone can hear, is an ad hoc board which gives a lot more flexibility than some of the other boards that are defined by our charter. So that gives us the flexibility to change the setup, design, function of that board, whereas something like zoning or finance or personnel review it's in our charter, which doesn't allow us to have that flexibility to grow those boards without a full charter review, which is an entire process, which is not something that can be done in short order.
So Louis, are you asking about the charter?
Mr. Mayor,
Did-
I would wait till public comment.
Okay, sorry. So we've got the motion on the table. We explained it.
And then vote, so it's not on the table yet.
We're just waiving the second reading.
We're just waiving the second reading right now.
Don Barnard,
Yes.
Jeff Barr,
Affirm.
Tiffany Hollis,
Yes.
Wes Coble,
Yes.
Bob Orsini,
Yes?
Dave Seelan,
Yes.
Ryan Green.
Yes.
So the legislation 05, or ordinance 05-2024 is to amend section 1187.05, review and approval authority for the amendments stated earlier. Does council have any public comment they'd like to make about this, or any comment they'd like to make about this? Hearing none, it's open to the citizens for comments.
Louis, did you have a comment?
I thought the charter said committee, there are 3,
This,
and they're to be members of, electors of the city.
this,
So without
board,
hearing who the individuals are, what's the assurance they are electors of the city?
this board is dictated by a separate ordinance.
Doesn't override the charter though.
The charter gives the city permission to create the boards.
This is a board that was created by ordinance 2 years.
1187,
two years
I
ago?
wasn't
Year
here at the
ago?
time, but.
Yeah, like 3 years ago.
It's 3.
1187, passed in,
Roughly 3 years ago.
Wow, time flies.
2021.
Okay. So does anyone have a motion for this one?
I'll motion it. Do I need to go through all that?
You just need to state.
Motion to amend.
Motion to amend.
Motion to amend.
Ordinance 05-2024 to amend.
05-2024, as previously read.
Perfect. I'll second.
Should I abstain from this one?
Probably.
Yeah. That's my thought.
Yeah.
Also, part of an emergency, you have to state specifically the purpose of the emergency.
Jeff, when you can you redo your motion and state the emergency, please?
I'd like to amend Resolution 2024-05, waiving the first and second reading and declaring an emergency. The emergency is that the next Design Review Board meeting is January 9th.
That should be included in the ordinance.
I'm sorry, I just need to clarify something. Are you voting on resolution 2024-05?
Yes,
or-
05.
I'm sorry, that's not 05.
I thought we were.
04.
amending
2024-04.
the ordinance.
No, hold on, Jeff. The new ordinance is 2024-05.
No.
No, 03 is the design review board.
Right, but we have to do the ordinance to amend the 1185 to make it 6 members before we can go to that one.
So none of us have that.
No.
Ordinance
You don't have a
05.
copy of that, Jeff.
We have to amend this one.
Okay.
The way it was said was amending.
My apology if I messed it up.
2024-05, the resolution.
Yes.
That's wrong.
That's wrong.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it's stated correctly. This is a brand-new ordinance that you introduced, 05-2024,
Right,
and are passing by emergency.
yes.
So I need to say amend ordinance 05-2024.
Approve.
Approve ordinance 05-2024 to amend,
Chapter 1187, whatever that chapter is. It's in your hand. Sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
It may be easier if Donnie, and I'm not trying to advocate.
You want me to-
It's
Yep.
very difficult.
It's all over.
If you got it in your head,
now.
it's better,
okay.
it's late.
okay. So I'm going to make a motion that we pass ordinance 05-2024 to update Chapter 1187-05, Review and Approval Authority as an emergency due to the fact that the meeting is next week and we need a quorum.
I couldn't have said it better.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't want to be confusing, but that's right.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Jeff, second?
Yes.
So we just swapped those, first and second.
Yes.
Jeff Barr.
Yes.
Tiffany Hollis.
Yes.
Wes Cobble.
Yes.
Bob Orsini.
Yes.
Dave Seelan.
Yes.
Ryan Green.
Abstain.
You want to state the reason?
It affects a family, well, indirectly affects a family member.
Thank you.
Is that everybody?
Okay.
Yeah,
And
we're
that's the ordinance, now it's amended. And then
Yes, the ordinance has been amended.
Okay. So we're going to move to Resolution 2024-03, a resolution appointing members to the Johnstown Design Review Board. Do we have a motion for this?
We do. We need to decide who's going to be 1 year and 4 year.
Perfect. Okay, so we have two members, Andrew Hale and
Craig Boney.
Craig Boning, that we're going to select and add to this. Does council have a desire to which one you want to appoint to 4 years and which one you want to appoint to the 1 year?
I think it'd be better for Craig to be on the 4-year and Mr. Hale to be on the 1-year. Is my recommendation.
You can make an official motion if you like.
Yep.
I'd like to make an official motion then that we appoint Craig to the 4-year term and Mr. Hale to the 1-year term.
I second.
Perfect. You got that, Teresa?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
That was
I do.
Jeff.
I'm just writing it.
Yep, I know. That's why I'm.
Craig Boning
4 year.
and Andrew Hale.
1-year.
Motion was made by Councilmember Barr,
Yeah.
seconded by Councilwoman Hollis, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hale is the, okay. And so you're amending Resolution 2024-03 to include two. I've got them. All right, Jeff Barr.
Yes.
Tiffany Hollis.
Yes.
Wes Cobble.
Yes.
Bob Orsini.
Yes.
Dave Seelan.
Yes.
Ryan Green.
Abstain.
Don Barnard.
Yes. Okay. Moving on to Resolution 2024-04, a resolution appointing a member to the Personnel Board of Review. We had Miss Leslie Butler, her last name just changed,
She got married. Her new name is Mackenzie. so-
McKenzie, Leslie McKenzie. So
Is
like,
that what she goes by?
She goes by Leslie Mackenzie.
Okay.
I just put the Butler in there because
Sure.
that's where she was appointed.
so I'd like to make a motion that we appoint Leslie McKenzie to the Personnel Board of Review.
Second.
Public hearing.
Yep, public hearing.
Do we have any public hearing on this? Hearing none?
I'm sorry, who was my first?
Me.
Second?
Dave.
Dave Seelan.
Yes.
Ryan Green.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to Resolution 2024-05. This resolution is appointing members to the Johnstown Tree Commission. I'd like to make a motion that we move to select Ms. Tiffany Hollis and Ms. Cindy Duke to the Tree Commission.
Second.
Is there a public hearing?
Do we have any public comments on this? It's the Tree Commission. Does anybody got any points? No? Okay.
Have a lot of comments.
You got 3 minutes.
Not those comments.
No comments?
No comments?
All right. Don Barnard.
Yes.
Jeff Barr.
Yes.
Tiffany Hollis.
Yes.
Wes Cobble.
Yes.
Bob Orsini.
Yes.
Dave Seelan.
Yes.
Ryan Green.
Yes.
Okay. Moving to Resolution 2024-06, a resolution appointing members to the Administrative Board of Review for CODA applications. I'm going to let you or Sean describe this because I do not understand it.
I am going to make a slight recommendation. Do you want to hold off on this one, Teresa? We can talk about it.
Yeah?
It may be laborious in its conversation, and it just depends on how much appetite you all have for getting through this tonight. But I can give you the background so that you know what you're looking at. So the CODA is a provision in the PD district that allows for certain types of development to be expedited. You would need to have a board associated with that. The PD district establishes certain members of that board, but then it also allows for council members to serve on that board. I believe, if memory serves me correctly, it's 2 members of council that you would need to be nominating for tonight that are not delineated directly. The other participants would be the city manager as a non-voting member, as well as the council representative to planning and zoning automatically gets a seat on that board as well. So for tonight's discussion, it would just be 2 members appointed to the CODA board. If you have a strong stance on it, great. This is a new board, so if you want some time to deliberate, think about it, see if this is something you want to do. I don't want it to be a laborious situation that you work through tonight. If you want to table it, we don't have any applications, so there's no need to get this on the books tonight. However, I would probably get it on the books within the next month or so, just in anticipation of any applications being filed.
What's council's wishes?
I'd like to table it.
Second. Is that a motion, Jeff?
That's a motion, yes, sir.
If it's not mine, it's second.
I'd like to make a motion to table resolution 2024-06 within the next 30 days. Yes.
Sorry. Tiffany Hollis.
Yes.
Wes Coble.
Yes.
Bob Orsini.
Yes.
Dave Seeland.
Yes.
Ryan Green.
Yes.
Don Barnard.
Yes. Okay, moving to Resolution 2024-07, a resolution to appoint council committee members and establish meeting schedules for 2024. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Orsini because he has some names to give you.
Teresa, please nod at me when you're ready to move on.
Thank you. I am ready to move on.
I'm gonna make a motion that we nominate to Planning and Zoning Committee. Oh, we did that one, I'm sorry. Next page. I'm gonna make a motion that we nominate to Finance Committee, Donnie Barnard.
Can I propose something?
Yes.
Are you prepared to fill in the blanks on this resolution 2024-07 right now?
Yes.
I believe so.
Yes.
Okay, so it's easier instead of making 15 motions. If you fill in the blanks.
That's what
and then fill, and then make a motion to pass 2024-07 as
Written.
completed.
So Bob's got all the names for you. to
Perfect.
Fill in
I
on.
will fill this in. Before I get to
Hold on, I
that,
have one
Hold on.
question.
yes, let's do
The
that.
events committee portion, is that gonna, or do we need to remove that
we're gonna need-
before we?
We're gonna need to discuss, there's a couple things in here that we're gonna need to discuss. There are some partial terms, which I can arbitrarily fill in, or we can go back and have a 10-minute discussion about, the first one that comes up, finance, I'm currently sitting. Mr. Campbell's term needs to be completed, and then there's a new term for another member.
For safety and service.
For safety, yeah.
I'm sorry, safety and service, correct.
So who did you have for safety and service? Who are the 2 individuals?
For safety and service, I have Mr. Green and Mr. Seeland, sorry.
So,
And I am stepping away, and Mr. Barr.
Okay, so Mr. Green being the longest serving person, which term do you want, Mr. Green?
so I guess I don't know, I guess for me and David doesn't really make a difference because we're both 2 years.
Exactly.
So whichever one, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Take the 4, I'll take the 1.
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay.
Well, I'm stepping down from that committee, by the way, and Mr. Barr is stepping on.
So Mr. Barr will take the term that goes through 2031, Teresa?
Yeah.
2031?
It says till 2031, it's the term length. It's a 6-year term.
Yeah, you all increase the length of the terms for committees as
I
compared
guess you guys already elected me again, huh?
Lifetime servitude.
All right.
Who's doing through 26?
Ryan.
Ryan?
Yep. It's like a Supreme Court seat. You're
I
just
guess,
there.
yeah.
And then
2031.
who is taking
Very safe.
off?
Dave is taking Bob's,
Okay,
and Jeff is taking the long one.
yeah, all right.
Okay, moving on to finance. Bob is staying on,
I'm gonna stay on to complete that term.
and Jeff and I are filling the other two.
Yep. Sheet.
Economic Development Committee.
Economic development, I have,
So I'm currently on there.
but you're not listed
Your
here.
term ended.
That's
Oh,
what I
is that
thought.
How, is it a 2-year term or what is it?
No, it was,
You fulfilled an unexpired term when you were appointed.
Whose was it? Because it was me, Doug Lehner, and Chip when I first got on there, and then both of them went off. And then, so I think I think I was on there, and then,
I did all this research ahead, I can't remember.
I mean, I trust you.
Yeah.
I'm saying Doug Lehner and Chip were the two that jumped off.
Yeah, Campbell,
Because Charlie came on after me.
so who are the three people we have for this one, Bob?
Wes, Ryan, and Jeff. Mr. Coble, Mr. Green, Mr. Barr.
Okay. So Mr. Barr gets one of the long ones since he's,
Yeah, I'll take the shortest one. Just to, obviously.
All right, so 1's gonna be Mr. Green, 2's gonna be Mr. Barr, and 3's gonna be Mr. Coble. Am I saying that right?
mm-hmm.
Yep.
Parks and Rec. I've got Mr. Barr, Mr. Salen, and then an open spot. So Mr. Barr's getting 31 because he's got a 4-year term. Mr. Salen's getting 1, and then we have an open spot on Parks and Rec.
Who else would like to be on Parks and Rec?
I can do it. Yeah. That's
I mean,
So
did you get that, Teresa?
I want to make sure.
Number
Who's the
1.
2025.
I'm just gonna do by the numbers. So the
Okay.
1 is Miss Hollis, 2 is Mr. Salen, 3 is Mr. Barr.
can we switch Hollis and Sealand since the one term is 2025 and the other one's 2027?
Makes sense to me.
Is that okay?
Say that again. So who's
Dave's 1, Tiffany's 2. Just because her term is longer.
Dave, Tiffany is in the 2027 spot.
Yes.
Yes.
And Barr is the 23. Okay.
Rules Committee's gonna stay as is.
Let's skip the
Yeah, we'll come back
events
to
committee for now.
events.
And I don't know that those years are accurate on rules, because Charlie wasn't on there. But you can put me in the 25.
Rules is. We're talking about rules.
Yeah.
Left by Campbell.
Yeah, because
Campbell never was on it.
after me, so he couldn't have had that seat before me.
However you want to do it, Teresa.
Yeah,
Well, Donnie's got a 4-year term. He should at least have one of the 27.
that's what I mean. Yeah. However you want to work that out, it's just that.
Let's move Mr. Barnard down to 3. Teresa.
Are you talking rules still?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Mr. Green up to 1. It just aligns better with our terms. We're skipping past events and coming back. Stormwater. Mr. Barnard's going to stay. Mr. Coppels, we'll do the 26.
Wes.
Getting you confused with Jesse
I'm
down
sorry,
there.
Coble.
Oh, I was like, wait
It's
a minute.
okay. I do the same thing all the time.
And then Mr. Barr is going to do the term through 2031.
I thought Jesse had a closet council
I
campaign
know, that's-
for a good week until I saw him again.
School district liaison. Let me make sure I get these right. School. Yeah, I will take the 24 term. So we're seeing for 24. And then Miss Hollis and Mr. Barr will be the other 2.
Got it.
All right, let's slide back to events real quick.
See you, Rob.
Events is a committee that we struggle with a little bit because as a municipality, we can't take donations. And events are significantly funded with donations here. So we discussed potentially eliminating it as a council committee and moving it into a community-type committee or an ad hoc committee by technicality. And we'll just see what everyone's thoughts are with that. That would allow them to run everything in totality because it wouldn't be a public entity, then they could take donations, which is pretty much what that committee does. Outside of a little bit of scheduling, it's much more favor would be in a private, public situation than a public committee.
So does that fall into one fell swoop of eliminating the events with the names? Or is that gonna be separated out?
We're mending this, so we should be able to mend it to say we would strike the events,
So it's
correct?
all one fell swoop?
I think you're gonna have to help me here, Teresa, but I believe that in this legislation, it would have to be eliminated and recreated by ordinance.
Yes.
Similar to design and review. That way, it could exist. We can't make it exist as we want here.
Right.
So this would just be the elimination with the asterisk that will come back and reestablish it.
Just like Design Review Board is established by 1187, it would just be, if you want to do it that way, yeah, I would just cross it from this council committee resolution and
Okay.
Okay.
All right, strike it.
Okay, Bob, would you like to make this motion?
Yeah, yes. Teresa, would you like me to read through them all?
sure, you can make sure I have them right. I think I have them right, but, you know.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2024-07 with the following appointments. Safety and Service Committee, Ryan Green to the term ending December 31st, 2026. Dave Seelan to the term ending December 31st, 2027. And Jeff Barr to the term ending December 31st, 2031. Finance Committee, Bob Orsini to the term ending December 31st, 2027. Note of reference, they all end December 31st, so I'm going to eliminate that from the speak. So back to finance, Bob Orsini ending in 27, Donnie Barnard ending in 2031, and Mr. Barr ending in 2031. Economic Development, Mr. Green, 2025, Mr. Barr, 2031, Jesse Coble, Wes Coble, 2031. Johnstown Park and Rec Committee, Mr. Seelan, 2025, Ms. Hollis, 2027, Mr. Barr, 2031.
Glad you came to council, not zoning.
Rules Committee, Mr. Green, 2025, Mr. Orsini, 2027, Mr. Barnard, 2027. We switch that. We are going to eliminate the Events Committee as per this ordinance. Stormwater Management, Mr. Barnard, 2026, Wes Coble, 2026, Jeff Barr, 2031. School District Liaison Committee, Mr. Orsini, 2024, Ms. Hollis, 2027, Mr. Barr, 2027.
Thank you for that.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Is there any public hearing?
Any public hearing on this? Hearing none, we can move forward.
Sorry, who was the first and second?
Bob first, I
I made the
second.
motion.
All right. Bob Orsini,
Yes.
Dave Seelan,
Yes.
Ryan Green,
Yes.
John Barnard,
One over. Yes.
Jeff Barr,
Yes.
Tiffany Hollis,
Yes.
Wes Coble.
Yes.
Okay, that is all the public hearings of legislation. Our next is introduction of legislation. The first item is ordinance 01-2024, an ordinance amending certain sections of the codified ordinances of the city of Johnstown in order to set water service rates charged by the city of Johnstown. Point of order on this, can I read all four since we're going to be discussing them and they're all going to be, so we can read all four and Sean can explain all of it and then,
Yes.
okay. We're also Introduction of legislation, ordinance 02-2024, an ordinance amending certain sections of the codified ordinance of the City of Johnstown, Ohio, in order to set water debt service rates charged by the City of Johnstown. Also, introduction of legislation, ordinance 03-2024, an ordinance amending certain sections of the codified ordinance of Johnstown, Ohio. We are setting the sewer rates for water debt, sewer debt. They're all done at the same time. They have to be broken out into these 4 different ordinances. Mr. Stainer, if you'd like to explain the increase and how this works.
Sure. And I'll be open to any questions you have at the end. But in 2020, I believe, if memory serves me correctly, that particular council set an increase of 5% annually for a 10-year period of time. This is consistent with that 5% increase. Last year, we had a little bit higher of an increase due to the inflation that was obviously striking everyone as far as product and labor and everything else. So last year, we had a 9. We're going back to that 5% notch. So all the numbers in here and the totality of them is a reflection of the 5%. However, because of the totality, imagine, if you will, 4 different buckets where these things land. As far as if you get a total bill, it gets broken out into 4 different quadrants. Those have changed slightly depending on debt services that need to be paid on a yearly basis. So those debt services are looking to increase, but operatings have stabilized to some degree. So that is why you're seeing just a redistribution into the different buckets. This year, something that is a little bit different. In your ordinance, it has not been presented before. Bulk water sales, bulk sewer sales are broken out on 4 different buckets. Before, they were just in 2 different buckets. So these are now directed into 4 different buckets appropriately to go to some debt service as well as operating costs. Same thing with New Day. New Day has not been established on these. I felt that New Day needed to be put in place with this because it is an out-of-town rate, but it's also a contracted rate, and it's good for you all to be kind of aware of where those contracted rates fall in. But if it is an ordinance set forth, it allows us to be very specific rather than just referring to the contract, because, like I said, it is an out-of-town rate, and typically our out-of-town rates are just double what our in-town rates would be, and this one works substantially different because it is a separated contract. So I've put those in there as well in their respective categories. So,
What's the expiration date on that contract?
ooh, great question. So New Day sewer contract, it is up for renegotiation this year for our sewer services. So I've engaged with their representative over the Christmas break. We have hopefully tentatively set a meeting within the next week or so. New person in that particular seat, so they had no awareness of the particular contracts. So went ahead and forwarded them over the contracts, wanted to give them the appropriate time to study the contract, and then we'll be meeting to discuss some different rate structure for the sewer. The sewer is probably up for a good dialogue. The water, unfortunately, that one, if memory serves me correctly, goes all the way till 2035. Also, a point of order that I want to put in here is as you can see, it goes 24, 25, 26, 27. In your next reading of it, there will be an amendment to reflect there is an increase in the water contract that occurs, I believe, in 2028. I have not indicated that increase in this particular ordinance, so after 2 weeks, you'll have the edited version to be reflective of the contract. So that one is not up until, like I said, 2035. I'll continue to look for
But
ways.
their rate goes up in 28?
2028.
Very minimal, though, isn't it?
Very, 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 very minimal. So we'll continue to explore options there.
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
The water, the debt service, the sewer service, the sewer debt, all 4 of those categories. I'm not talking about the bulk or the New Day bulk, but for the residential and commercial, all of which are the first two numbers, 0 to 2,000, and then above 2,000 gallons, all of those lines reflect a 5% increase. Am I understanding that correctly?
So they are not a 5% increase specifically to last year's. I'll go back to the total. So for instance, our minimum bill right now is $37.21.
Yes.
That is going to be increased by 5%.
Okay.
So that gives me the starting number, and then everything else was reevaluated based on the buckets that money needs to be appropriated to. So the same thing can be said with the per 1,000 gallon rate. Per 1,000 gallon rate is currently
1997.
19 debt service in 2024. That 1094, that would not be a 5% increase. That may be a 6%, 2%, 3%, but collectively, the total went up 5%. So if that makes sense.
It does appear each year after that is 5%.
I did that, and we did that last year, except for totally anticipate next year having the same conversation where I have to go back and change this depending on the debt services that we have, the operating costs and things like that that are associated with running of the water and sewer department. So yes, it's kind of put in there as a baseline, but I would anticipate next year, 2025's numbers are going to change, and they may not be across the board 5%, but the total of it will be 5%.
Mr. Marr, do you remember when we were doing the budget, when it got down to the water sewer, how there was different percentages, how we broke up the revenue to go into each?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
bills come in as dollars, so it's a percent increase. I encourage everyone to go back and check the math, which I trust is right. But my understanding is the intent is the total bill goes up 5%. That generates, say, because it's $16. Maybe that sewer debt needs $7 to stay solvent, but water debt needs $3, just because of how the bills have come in. That's why you see the disproportion of a percentage broken down. But the math will show out, or it should when we approve it.
Where I'm going publicly with this is that 5% year after year in a 10-year period, water and sewer gets to 50% more than what it was 10 years ago.
Does have a compounding effect.
Right. So at some point, I'm going to nominate myself to bring it up, is, and maybe it's just planting a seed, is that when do we really fine-tune things to try to give our residents, if we can, a break on that 5%? Is it this year? Is it next year? Even though I was in the finance committee meetings listening, I can't say that, I think I might be asking the city manager and the service director, is this a year that 5% is absolutely needed? Can it be reduced some? I'm not saying by 4%, but any break given to our residents would be much appreciated. I know that many people complained about it publicly and through social media and different things. Our property tax is taking a jump in 2024 as well, that many residents are feeling the effects of. Some of us may have a dual incomes in the home. There are some that are on fixed incomes in the home that are paying these bills, that I'm trying to find if there's opportunity to reduce that 5%, even if it's some savings to the resident, without negatively affecting our operations and debt service for water and sewer. So hopefully there's a good question in there that I think is probably to the city manager and the service director.
When the 5% annual increase was approved originally, was there a deadline, like for the next 5 years? Was it set for the next 7 years?
They did it for a 10-year.
It was
Is that
indefinitely.
correct?
It was a 10-year.
10-year.
And what year are we in?
This would be the third year of it.
Third year?
And to your point, Councilman Barr, I think it can be reevaluated on an annual basis, whether it's necessary or not necessary. To answer your other question about this specific year, I pulled up our overview of our budget. So our water operating is running, run into those. Water debt service and sewer debt service, we're a little bit more flush in that area. We have an overage of 200,000 and 214. However, there is the anticipation of some additional debt being incurred for the increase in the water plant. So we're trying to look into the future for that particular piece of it. That is something that can be reevaluated every year. So for this year, given that our operating is running somewhat at a negative, and our debt service is not tremendously flush, that's something that I would look at whenever you're evaluating if you want to keep your 5% this year or make it a 3%, or last year we did a 9. Chemicals have an effect on that. Our labor obviously has an effect on that. Not saying that we pay more or anything like that. I'm just saying in order to be competitive and not lose individuals to other departments, that has to be evaluated as well. So all those things are factors that you want to consider. Water enterprise and sewer enterprise, none of this money goes into those particular buckets. So there are operating funds there. That's towards the long-term capital improvement process of the plan as well, but that's a one-time cash infusion. So none of the monthly bills get baked into that. If you wanted to look at the rates, my first recommendation would be to look at other rates that are in the area. Not saying that our water and sewer should be a profitable situation. It should theoretically be a break even. But obviously, Facebook conversations have sometimes been known to not be reflective of actual data that exists out there. So for a comparison, some that I happen to know a little bit more intimately, I'm going to miss the numbers just slightly. Alexandria has a minimum water bill of $80 a month. So their average water bill is over $100. Now that's the extreme scenario. Southwest Licking, their minimum bill comes in at around $50 or $60. And then their respective bills increase, obviously, since the starting point. It starts higher per 1,000 gallons. We're still respectively lower in some instances with Southwest Licking. We're not going to be able to compete with the big boys like Columbus. Granville has a lower rate than us, but I don't think they're in the crosshairs of development pressure that we're seeing. So water and sewer are one of those tools that you can use to kind of hopefully protect your boundaries. And I think Johnstown's trying to look into the future so that if there's any development in the area, Johnstown can be the participating entity that gets to determine whether that development happens and what that development looks like. And in order to do that, you have to have water and sewer. Now, as customers come online, that could potentially see a cost savings as you start to spread some of that debt service out there. And that's honestly what we're looking at heavily. We don't want to have any development come in where it doesn't pay for itself. So this 400 acres that we're looking at, that has all been heavily weighed on whenever we're looking at anything like that. And I feel pretty confident to say that that particular development is not going to add any cost. If anything, it's going to decrease some of the costs that we would have normally felt with any type of water or sewer rate structure. That's a long answer.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments and the feedback, and I would just say publicly, I'd like to challenge this council and our city manager and our service director and the finance director that when there's opportunity to try to save, if possible, that we do our due diligence and try to make that happen for our residents. That's all I'll say on that matter. Thanks for answering my questions.
Any other
And listening
comments,
to
sir?
me.
I just had one. Sean, you spoke very briefly, and I sent you a text the other day. Is there any interest in that, or is this the wrong place?
No, I think it was appropriate. I was kind of waiting until they settled on the other rates.
Okay.
But yeah, I think it's a available time. One other edit that I mentioned earlier with the New Day contract being associated with 2028 that you may see next week is Jack and I had a conversation. grateful that Jack was able to look at this over the weekend and give me some feedback. It was one of the questions I was going to specifically ask him, so it's good that we're on the same wavelength, and that was in reference to the bulk water rates and the bulk sewer rates. So one of the areas and opportunities that can maybe increase some cash flow without impacting our current residents is those bulk rates. Those are whenever a bulk hauler comes in or to dump or get a bulk hauler to take away water. The water rates from Jack's evaluation look to be pretty consistent with other municipalities in the area. The bulk sewer rate, Jack's recommendation is for us to look at that. And so that'll probably happen internally and then probably before the next council meeting. And Jack has some recommendations as to what that number might move through. You're more than welcome to share it now, or we can wait till the committee meeting to discuss it further.
Yeah, we currently, and actually for the last 10 years, I want to talk about the bulk sewage rate. We've been charging 5 cents a gallon, $50 per 1,000 gallons, depends on how you want to talk about it. But I'm very sure it's been at least 10 years without an increase, and due to power costs, lower costs, electricity and chemicals, I do think that we can raise that number to 6 to 6.5 cents per gallon, penny to a penny and a half increase per gallon, and still remain very competitive because of our location. We have a lot of bulk haulers. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, but I think we bring in about $600,000 a year on our bulk sewage station, which is sewage coming in from outside. A lot of the reason we get that work is simply because fuel and driving large trucks. We're the people here. I don't want to raise rates arbitrarily, but our expenses at the plant has drastically increased in the last 2 years. And I think a penny to a penny and a half increase is justified there. I looked at the water rate. We were already slightly high on the bulk water, which again, that's for people outside of town. That's not our in-town residents. I think we need to stand pat on the water.
But you stated to me with that water rate, ours is slightly higher because we allow them to come in after hours.
Yes,
that most places don't.
Our equipment, we have a credit card system, which is aging rapidly, that's gonna need some work, but we allow them to come in 24/7 and haul out bulk water, and also 24/7 and dump bulk sewage. So I feel, here again, Sean and I can talk about this more in depth, but I think our water is still where it needs to be, but I think that sewer needs to move up a cent to cent and a half gallon, or up to $60 or $65 per 1,000 gallons.
Is there a reason that, I mean, a penny doesn't sound like a lot, but when you compare it to 5 cents, 1 penny is a 20% increase.
Yes.
Is there, I would ask that you try to push that envelope with still keeping the revenue, because a penny and a half, with the convenience that they have, it's still probably a lot cheaper coming here than trucking it to what would be the nearest location
Probably
after.
Newark.
Probably Newark, so.
Yeah, we have many bulk haulers coming here from the Mount Vernon area, working anywhere out in this direction, Westerville. I got a call from another company today, and I knew we were gonna discuss this tonight. They're looking at taking over the septic hauling for a trailer court. I don't know where the trailer court is, but it's towards Westerville.
Right.
They wanted to come our direction, ask our rates. So our location is prime for this area. And I truly believe, now, I think we get to 6.5 cents. We'll investigate it further, but I think that gets us where we need to be with our increased expenses, and it does not impact our local residents.
So what's 1% bring in additional revenue on that then, roughly?
Yeah, like $6 grand.
Well, I think we're at 600,000.
On 5 cents?
8,000 a year is what we're bringing in. And correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, but the reason this spurred to me was that all used to go into our operating budget. Am I correct? And now we are trying to put some of that into debt service, which I'm not arguing that point in any way, shape, or form, but our operating expenses went up, so if I could get that penny to penny and a half, that keeps what's coming, if we could keep that in operating, that would keep me at a break even at the operating portion of the plant. And still, we're giving a 1.5% to the debt service. Is the one guy, the way I think I saw the break.
So the breakdown on this, and it's a good question, so, oh man, we have to go from memory. Your respective buckets,
So I said the percent half. Actually, it's a penny and a half going to debt service and 3.5. I'm sorry, I said percent, that was incorrect.
well, we can do a percent. So percent, how I did bulk, was a 70-30. So that is not how we do the water bills for the residents. The residents' water bills, I want to say, are 30%. I can get to the specific numbers. But knowing that our operating needed additional cash, went ahead and made it a 70-30 split rather than more of a 50-50, heavy towards the operating. So if we want to continue that trend, we can, to where 70% of the increase would go towards operating, help that out. 30% would then go to debt service. We can continue that. Or if you would choose to have the entirety of it go to the operating, you can do that as well. So I can run you some numbers. One point that I wanted to point out is, well, let me answer the other question that's on there first. Where did that money go prior? I would have to check back, but I think for some reason, it's been in a couple different landing places over the last couple of years. This is the first year that we've really taken a really detailed approach to where it was going. I think at one point it landed all in operating, another year it landed all in debt service. I think at one point some of it was even going to enterprise, which was really odd. So this is a good baseline at this particular moment. Like I said, I'm a detail guy, so on the budget, I like to have everything broken out pretty detailed, so that way you know specifically what category it's going into. It should never have went into enterprise, in my opinion, but the ordinance may have been drafted in a way that whoever was implementing it, that was where it went, because that's how you passed it, unbeknownst to you all. And maybe that worked for that specific time, and maybe there was a reason or a rhyme that it did or didn't. But what we're doing now is setting a new baseline. The other piece from the bulk, it is around 600,000, but some of that is contractual, which is New Day, which is about 300,000 of that.
Okay.
So you're only going to see a net 300,000 increase of a 1 to 1.5 penny increase. So
But that's a 20% increase on 300,000.
you got it.
60,000.
There you go. So you could potentially see an increase of $60,000 on an annual basis. If you want to slice and dice that or just throw it all into operating, whatever you want to do.
The reason I mentioned operating, Sean, is my understanding was the whole 5 cents was going into operating. The ordinance, as I read it, and correct me if I was wrong, 3.5 cents is now in operating, 1.5 is going to debt service. That penny and a half would get me back to the 5 cents going into operating, and that's where my expenses due to electric and chemicals have increased. So that was my thought. Plus, it's been over, I hate saying things without having it in front of me, but I believe we've been over 10 years
It's been long enough.
without any increase in that one column. So that was my thoughts, Sean and council, about that penny and a half. That would get me at least a break even in operation. Now, if it wasn't all going to operating, then I lost that somewhere, because I thought that's where that money was going.
I would expect you and Sean to get together and give their best recommendation of what to do with it is.
But you mentioned 80,000 deficit, 60,000 comes up, gets us close.
I believe the 80 was, and great call out, the 80 was for water operating, let me confirm. 82 was water operating, sewer operating, you're in a negative 110, so if you get the 60, it kind of almost cuts you in half, so now you're at a 50,000 deficit, so.
We can go back to that extra half
Close the
penny
gap.
next year.
There you go.
Okay, any other questions on this? Remember, this is just the first reading, so it'll be open to the public next week and more discussion.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. So this was the first reading. We'll be back in 2 weeks for the second reading and public comments. That is the last of our introduction of legislation and all of our legislation. We're going to go ahead and move the other business. Does anybody have any other business they'd like to discuss tonight?
We did not We did not talk about in our executive session the appointees that we have to the Greater Johnstown Parks and Rec Board. So I feel like this would be appropriate under other business. Do we know if we have any applicants for that board? Because I believe that the city has 2 positions to appoint, and neither one of them are currently filled,
Correct.
to my understanding.
Yes, Teresa had put out a request earlier for anybody to apply. We've had,
It was about 6 months ago, though,
Okay.
so.
But has there been any current ones? I feel like that there
Mike-
has. Somebody made an interest?
Mike Gianni.
Gianni.
Giannini.
Giannini.
Yeah. I recently did hear from him. He was asking where we were at with the process. At the time, I really had no idea. I knew the school hadn't appointed anybody.
But they're moving forward to appoint now, so we can.
Yeah, so if you all are ready to appoint, I can either put it back out there, or we can maybe take the applicants that previously applied. I can touch base with them and see if they still have interest.
Where I'm going with this, under other business, if it's inappropriate, please let me know, but under other business, I know Mr. Giannini wants to definitely be on this board. I believe more than a super majority of us know Mr. Giannini. I personally think he would be a great addition to the Parks and Recreation Board, and would like to get him assigned to that this evening, if possible, under other business. Or if not, at the most next readily available date.
Are you prepared to also appoint the other vacancy yet, or?
I don't know who the other ones are.
I'm not opposed to that. I'm in agreement with you on the quality of the candidate. I would like to get back, have the school liaison board meet with the school committee and address that committee group, however it's founded, in totality. And get that figured out, and figure out what the capabilities, directions, and future of that is. And if that includes Mike pulls through or not, it does, I mean, I have no issues with Mike at all being involved. But I would like to see that board become something much more, I don't want to defame them, but I want them to have more capabilities than they currently are as created. Because they're limited in what they can and can't do. I'd like to see us work that out, because if we can't work that out, I think we might be,
I understand what you're referencing, Mr. Orsini, but what they can't really do is go seek public funding, because there's a very limited time frame and would not be fiduciarily responsible to go and ask when they're very limited. However, in the meantime, they still have 7+ years left, if you will, of the 10-year life, that they could do some things. I'm not opposed to waiting to find out more as you propose, but I would like to make sure we don't lose sight that we have two persons.
I see both your sides. I would like to start moving
I
forward.
think we agree.
And
We do.
I feel like the school has kind of put this off and maybe put pressure on them to go ahead and appoint theirs, that we've done our due diligence, we've got our side ready to go. Where are they at? So
No, we just need to have a meeting. If we want to appoint someone tonight, I'm all for it, but I think Mike's a fine candidate. But I just want to make sure that we follow up with the school and the other interested parties and say, hey, let's make this what it can be, or let's turn it into what it is, or let's move it in a direction where they can move forward,
Right.
rather than small step in it.
So what do you guys want to do?
I don't hear anybody resoundingly saying, let's get Mike on there tonight, so I can wait, that's fine.
Can we go ahead and instruct Teresa to put out, asking for applications?
I think she did that recently for the Parks.
It's been like 6 months ago. I mean,
Since the last time you asked for people to be interested, yeah, I feel like.
that was not a board recently that I put out for.
Okay,
So go ahead and have her put it out
absolutely.
and see what names we get.
Seems appropriate.
And then maybe during that time, the school liaison committee meets and starts working through that process too at the same time. Maybe we can do both of them at the same time.
I don't want to drag out Mr. Giannini. I feel like sometime, probably our first February meeting, we should, if there's nobody else of interest.
If there's work to be done, there's no reason to let it sit vacant.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and, let's see, we'll have Teresa write up the legislation for next week, and then we can go ahead and appoint him next week.
Okay, I'm good with that. I just want to move it along. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else on that side of the room? Anybody over here? I talked to everyone beforehand about doing like a team building session. The individual showed up tonight to get kind of a grasp on how our council is and stuff, and I talked to him about the funding issues. I don't know if anybody's interested in doing this and paying out of pocket, but he said he could work with us to reduce the price to make it more affordable if we're doing it out of pocket, if you guys are interested in doing something like this.
You said that individual's here tonight?
He was at the very beginning.
Oh, okay. I was
He
going
had to go to
I'm
Dublin.
assuming, is it that young man out there?
No. He had to go to Dublin because he was, he's doing their session this weekend, so.
Did you have some proposed date on that?
I think it would have to be in February or March at this point. I just wanted to gauge an interest, so if you have thoughts about it,
Does he have a, does he have a blurb on himself? Does he have,
I can send it, I'll get it to you guys and send it to you.
send me some details about what he's,
Rah each other, but how to properly disagree, how to,
Conflict resolution.
yes.
if he has a syllabus and then any references.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to it, but when we were in executive session, I felt we all did a pretty good job of teamwork.
I agree with you.
The other thing I would like to see if we can schedule sometime in the future is a work session, because we talked about this beforehand, Mr. Barr, is doing a work session to maybe come up with goals and stuff for council, what we want to see in the next year, 2 years, so that we have a vision for what we want to see for the city and for this council to work towards. I think too often we don't have this vision of where we want to go in the future. We can have that vision and try to strive to get to that, so.
Is that part of the whole team building thing?
No, I'd be
or two
separate, but we can,
things?
we need a work session to discuss what
Goals
we
and-
need to make priorities for the city manager,
Yeah.
to set his, what he
His
needs to
agenda.
work on. Yeah,
Can we also apply that to the committees?
yes.
I would like to see that.
I think it'd be proper for everything, is what our vision is and how we apply it to zoning, finance, everything, so. You're exactly right.
This might be a good time to bring it up. The committees, once they're formed, our charter states that each committee will, each board, commission, or committee shall establish its own rules of order to be approved by council. So when you get elected chair, unless you already have it established, establish your rules of order, bring it back, we'll read through them all, and then we'll either yay or nay it. It's a procedural thing, but I think it's something that would be good for us all to have.
Yeah, I think so often that we're so much in the detail that we can't see above the trees sometimes. If we can get that goal setting for us and where we want to go, like what is our outlook for the city, so.
Is that a workshop that's open to the public then too?
Yes, I mean, we wouldn't be making decisions, we would have to come up with what we want, set it, that we can vote on in a council meeting, but at least come up with ideas for what we want to do. So if you have dates that, I don't know if you guys want to do like a Friday night, order pizza, have dinner, and do it.
I think the sooner the better,
Yeah.
personally.
I mean, what day of the week would you guys work best for an evening to?
First half of the week is gonna be better, I think.
Ends of the week.
First half of the week's gonna be better.
Is there a collective day during the day that works for anybody? I don't know what, nobody has that kind of okay. If not everyone has the flexibility, then we gotta go eat.
I can make it work, I think.
Well, I've blocked Tuesdays for most things because the council meetings fall on that. So Tuesdays, if I had to pick a day of the week, Tuesdays are the best days.
During the day.
Day or evening.
Okay. Dave, you were shaking your head, no, you don't have the availability during the
After
day?
3:30, I'm
Okay.
tied up.
Answers my question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Usually later in the days
Yeah.
will work better for me.
I'll try to get with each person, try to get where get a block of windows and see what we can do from there. That's all I had. Mr. Stanger, did you have anything for other business?
Nope.
Okay, I make a motion. Can I do these a block, Teresa?
Yes, just make sure you state both reasons.
Yes. And what?
And attendees.
Yes. I make a motion that we move to executive session to consider the purchase of property along with the city manager. And I also move that we move to executive session to consider the compensation of a public employee with just counsel.
And finance director.
And the finance director for.
Any business after?
And no business to follow. Do we have a second?
You're doing that in block?
Yes, in block.
That way we just have to do one motion, unless you want to do two.
Well, I think it's the compensation of a public employee, I believe I know what position, but is it absolutely necessary to have the finance director in there?
No, he's only going to be there for the first one.
I thought
No.
you said for the second
For the
one.
second one.
All right, let,
My understanding is the finance director
Just
would
let
be
it
there
die on
for
the
the.
vine.
Okay, so
consideration
let
of
it die.
employee.
I'll do it separately. So I make a motion that we move to executive session to consider the purchase of property with the city manager. No business to follow. Can I get a second on that one?
I'll second it.
I thought you wanted him in that one. Don't you?
I thought finance director was bringing the first one.
No, second one.
Second one?
Okay.
Okay,
Yep,
so
second one.
the motion
You want the second one?
is for purchase of
Yeah.
property. That is council.
I see what they're saying. Great recommendation. I'm going to interject if I may. Switch it, have executive session to consider the compensation of a public employee with the finance director and myself. And then after that, you would go into consider the purchase of property with just myself. That way you start to.
Let me stipulate something though. But the compensation of a public employee is only, we only want you two there for the first half of it. There's multiple phases of it.
I know. I have a piece.
You have a piece,
there
we have a
that-
piece.
That I have for a specific
Yes.
employee, but I don't know what other stuff you guys are going to talk about. So that I'm not aware of. If there
Okay,
is
Chris.
things that are with other employees, then
We can just kick them out, correct?
you can kick me
Yeah, you
out.
can.
Okay, I
dismiss,
can go with
bring
that.
in whoever you
Depending on
want.
how the conversation goes.
It's
I'm good with
not
that.
all that. You
All right.
can vote on these in a block.
Okay, so
It's fine.
I just want, because it's going to be a process. The purchase of property, we need Sean there. Okay? To consider the compensation of public employee, we need Sean and Dave there for half, and then just council there for the second half. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna make it as a block and state it, and then we can make a motion to do the second. Okay? So I make a motion, we move to executive session to consider the purchase of property with the city manager present. No business to follow. Also a motion, with the same motion, move to executive session to consider the compensation of a public employee to have the city manager and the finance director there. Good night, everybody. Thank you for coming.